Good morning, everybody. Get this all set up now. Turn off my volume before I go there. Just a pop up. Got up early. Kathy's not on today. Thought maybe catch some of the other early bird people. And Emily's sick, so no Delaney. So let's see what we're going to do. Haven't got back my 2 subscribers I lost. Give myself a thumb up. Normally I get all this written. Oops. Can't even chat right. It's welcome. Hi, Gisela. Hi, Gladys. Hi, Rita. Just missed you. I was going to go on and watch you while I sew. But my day went from a busy day to next to nothing. It's like I'd sit here and look at my background. The two different hunter stars merged together. But it is snowing here. Those big cotton ball flakes. It wasn't snowing at 6:30 and snowing at 7:30. Hello, Linda Denton. But I figured I'd come on early so Gisela could join too. And that was one of my main goals. Include the across the pond. You got rainy and chance of storms later. Well, at 6:22, I got this advisory that the winter snow would end soon. So I got up and looked outside. There's no snow. What are they talking about? So then when I got up at 7:25, it's like I see through my sheer curtains, it's kind of light background out there. And then I go, oh, it's snowing now. I guess that alarm woke up the snow. But for now, I'm just going to be working on the Stellar Magic blocks. That right now they are in what I call stage 1. Should we call them stage 2, I guess? They're cut into and sewed back together in this stage. So now they have to be cut to go into this stage. And then after this stage, they get cut, trimmed, so they're in this stage. When I get all 80 of them done, then comes the fun of playing on the wall. I'll move this down just a bit so you don't have to see my metal bar up there. That's just the shelf above the computer. So I have my kid station here. Here's the trimmed ones. Here's the stack of the sewed ones. And then the drawer over here are the ones. And this one's Stellar Magic. And I got to put the mouse up somewhere where I won't lose it. Try to keep the battery charged. Get my ruler. I can put it down if you guys want to see how I dissect this. It's like on the Stellar Magic, you dissect. I have to line up from this corner to this corner on the inch ruler line. I cut there, pull it away a little bit, because now I have to trim at the 2-inch mark. Yes, that is Stellar Magic. You spelled it right, Gisela. Now I rotate, trying to save different steps or save mistakes. I tried cutting one of these sets to go with the Hunter Star, which is 2.5, and altogether a different cut. But Stellar Magic isn't a free pattern. So now I have to pick these up in their group of 5. Just pick them up one at a time. Now you bring down the reverse one of it and repeat. So a rotating mat on this one is really nice. But I always just pull it away, line it back up again. Hi, Nancy. Hi, yo, Patty. And I don't even trim the 3.5, the 10. I don't even trim it down anymore. It's not going to bother anything. You don't need to have it perfectly squared because you're going to cut it off anyway, which maybe I'll show that in a little bit. But I got this assembly line type process now all set up. And the simplest, somebody else does it and they get all the steps figured out for you. Now I bring these pieces back over and just sit them on top of the counterpart, because right now you can see that square there. So now it'll form the other square. And if I slide them together, you'll get the same. You'll have the square look back. Well, then you just take, there's five rows now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You pick up number 2, and all you do is flip them their position, top and bottom. And number 4, I keep calling it 3. Hi, Rhonda. And now I start the chain assembly, because now I can do it in 2 groups. And these line up just by sitting it on here. You can, sometimes it comes up short, sometimes it starts perfectly at the ends, and start the assembly line. Cleaned the machine last night, wound up the bobbins. So I should be okay for a while. I've been changing my stitch length down to 2 instead of 2.5. This helps on the seams staying together longer. Okay, my iron is warm. And see, now I can grab the second block assembly. Start. I can put that right up here. Everybody's still saying their hellos. It's only, 8:30 my time, but almost lunchtime for a lot of you others. Okay. And then I look to see which one has the most dark. Well, this is the dark on this one. So I press towards that dark. There's no rhyme or reason. I just have always pressed to the dark side. Yeah, thank you, Nancy. I know I put my thumb up already. I was the first thumb was up. And then now I just grab the next. Oh, could take off that string that's in my way. Because this is the start one. There. And then it just sits here, folds over. And then now I just sit here and look to see. And pull it down like a 1/4 inch. Because that's where it lines up. I just make sure this sits evenly between here. I finished my binding on my small quilt that I did. It was hanging on the wall last week for a little bit. But what is everybody else working on? Hi, Nana Mona. It's been a while since I catch Nana Mona in the chat. She was on Carrie's yesterday. But I don't know what happened. Mine just disappeared. My Carrie's live. But I just do this as an assembly line. This one here. You got a 50-50 chance which is darkest. I just press that way. I just picked one. I figure when I go to sew them together, if I have to press a different way, I'll get it done that way. Hi, Mary. I'm feeling good. The cough will hit occasionally because of dry throat. But I actually slept 4 hours in one stretch last night. Scares me when I sleep 4 hours. See, the other set, I had to go in a 1/4 inch. This one here, I have to be just a little bit out and over. But you have to trim all these blocks anyway. But I told myself last night when I seen Kathy's going for her cataract surgery today that I would go on early. So, like Gisela can join. Because Gisela's 9 hours difference than we are. So when I come on at 1 in the afternoon, she's pretty much headed to bed or in bed. So it's an opportunity for me to come on and get some. Good morning, Denise. Nope, Emily's sick today, Mary. Yes, it's the Missouri Star pattern. Or Missouri Star, Misty did a tutorial on. Oh, okay. Cruz's blanket broke, so you're putting on some binding. Well, at least you're doing something constructive. Okay. Now this one goes on to here. But if anybody else wants to do this pattern or this block, I have all the little shortcuts figured out. When you go from one step right to the next step, I found that's when more mistakes were being made. And Darlene's doing this. Darlene and I are doing this one. And she's finding that these little shortcuts I find are helping. I have one block that's not fixable because of an air cut, and she has one that's not fixable. We goofed. I hate to say it. We goofed. And we both goofed about the same time, but we goofed differently. Just like this is going to throw even our sewing machine. She's sewing on her featherweight, and I'm sewing on my brother. Our bobbins even run out about the same time. Good morning, Carrie. So my first check is always to see about how they line up, because I can adjust just before. I'm not a pinner unless I have to nest some seams. Yeah, no fooling around. Alani won't let me fix her blanket. She has to have that hole where she rubbed it on the corner. Alani rubs the corner of her blanket, and it has a hole there, and she won't let anybody fix it. Hi, Carol. Good morning. I can say good morning for a little bit longer. Gisella's good afternoon, but the majority are still good morning. This one doesn't have a great deal of contrast, but it's enough for me. And my grandson, Coda, he picked the design layout that I have to go kind of by. But she finds that corner when she's sleeping. And that's the corner that's always near her. Coda and Aspen, they just need to know that their blanket's nearby. I don't remember my kids having any blanket that they had to have with them. Hi, Lori Clark. Good morning. It's still good morning for up there. I got a few more minutes before you guys are afternoons. How's your Hunter Star going, Lori? Lori Clark. Yeah, because Quilting and Country isn't here yet. Hi, Lana. And then this one. My garbage can keeps... My chair must move over a little bit. I see how this overlaps just a little bit. Just a tad bit. Can I send the shortcuts? I'm trying to write out everything on my tablet. So in case I make it again. The 200 stars is because I was trying to use up some fabric. And I'm doing a good job. Okay, now this is the final sew on these two. I'm sewing all the parts into the final blocks now, all 80 of them. Then layout time. Yeah, I did on my 100 star, I had to have 99. Oops. Press to the dark on this one, Sandra K. But usually the pressing ends up going towards the center is how I've been doing mine. I think it's pretty there. So I could grab a leader and ender, but I can't have two drawers open at the same time. That's just how it works. Because they're one on top of the other. I need to set some of the leader and enders out. Are you going to put a border on your hunter star? Or two borders? Can't remember if the hunter star has. Depends on which pattern, I guess, you use. Some of the hunter stars don't have borders. Just like anything. Just depends what people want to do. I think that one was already pressed once. Lana's getting all her hellos in. So, 2 blocks done. But this here fabric was given to me. And it's all about a passion for purple. Hope is waking dream. The breath of fresh air. But it's all about lavender. The lovely scent of lavender. Everything is to do with lavender. Yeah, that would work. Pick a color. On my hunter star, I'm going to do a thin border of off-white, the background color, and then I'm going to put more border. So now the cutting, the dissecting of this one. And I don't worry about the point up here at all, the farthest point. I only work at the 6.5 inch square block. I just make sure that's my lineup point, and it's my lineup point on every block. I always rest my finger on that button, which I shouldn't, but I do. And then my next dissect, 2 inches over. I just pull them apart to make sure they're cut. Well, you guys can have my snow. My other rotary cutter, this button's broke. And then when I press on it, it always pops the trigger. So I have to rest my finger on that button on my other cutter So it's just become habit. Like my board. My sewing machine's in the way. So now pick these 5 up. Yeah, it's 6:22 my time. They told me the snow would stop soon. And so I got up to see how much snow there was. There wasn't any. But when I got up at 7:25, then looked out the window again. Because at 6:18, I got the message that I didn't have to babysit because Emily's sick. Oh, better move that oil someplace else. I don't want it to drop on the floor and have a leak and have a stain in my carpet. Snow gone, and yesterday it rained in Sweet. It's like, yeah, I watched this gal that does freeze-dried candies up in Anchorage, Alaska. And before her, she does a snow. She goes outside and shows how much snow she has or doesn't have in Anchorage, keeping everybody up to date. And the 30-hour time lapse that her video is, by the time the 30 hours was up, they went from snow to no snow. So now I'm setting these back just on top of each other so I can start the next assembly line to get 2 blocks done. So they're set up. You can kind of see the white square. You take row 2, and all you do is take the one that was on the bottom, put it on the top. If I pull this way to set it on top, that's all there is for mixing up these blocks. A very simple procedure. That's my assembly line work. And if I'd open up the bottom drawer here, see, I have a whole passel of things like this. Right here. I'd set some of these out. These are to make 2.5-inch pinwheels to go on the Christmas table runner. There. Oh, sit them someplace. I need a little tray. There, I'll just put them up here. Sit them on top of my phone. So now I just start the assembly line. Top row, first 2. And they say they need off each other a little bit. That's the first block, and then you just pick up the next 2. They go end to end. Check to make sure nobody in chat. Anybody working on last minute Christmas gifts? I don't have any. I just sew for me. Okay, press. Oh, we're going down to little snowflakes. Just there to there. Yep. I have no snow, never ever got much, but my buddy 2 hours north of me has 6 feet. Wow. Yeah, my house looks like I'm a Scroogeette. I don't have any Christmas up. I don't like putting lights up and stuff in the cold outside. And if I don't decorate the outside, I don't decorate the inside. I have on my front door the red truck and a covered bridge Christmas diamond dart. That's my Christmas. Hanging on the other Ace's room's door is the purple wreath, but it's not the purple. It's like it should be the purple year, but it isn't because I'm not decorating. But if I don't get the lights and stuff up before it gets cold, I don't like putting them up. One year, Austin and Alicia, they came in and said, "Grandma, you have to have a tree." Well, they're not insisting anymore. They helped put that year up. I did the teddy bear tree, which is all stuffed bears hanging from a chain. And the littlest bears are up top, and it goes down to the biggest bears. And then I have some of those decorative popcorn tins that used to be at Walmart and everybody. They stack up the middle as the stump of the tree. And then I just put stuffed animals on the floor around it. My dog's always, Oreo, she'd always try to pack those dang things off. She is my little troublemaker. And then when she quit playing with the stuffies, she would just go sit in amongst them, and so it was really cute. But did I ever have a camera picture of that? No. Bear and Rhino. Melinda's seen a side of Bailey that she'd never thought she'd see. She actually showed teeth at another dog. But they say dogs are good judgment of character, so. But she chewed through her chain link kennel. She chewed through it, I guess. And she never, that's all my yard is chain link. You're sewing placemats for all your children this year using all my Christmas fabric. Okay, not all. Yeah. I didn't realize how much Christmas fabric I actually had. And then, like that day after I put it all back up, I go, 100 Star would be a good one to use up my Christmas fabric. Because I have 2 different 4-yard bundles of white on white with Christmas. Snowflakes, of course. And then I talked myself out of it. Because I have 200 stars up there now. But when I was gifted 2 layer cake bundles. This is a bear is fine, needs a lot of exercise, but very smart. Prefers carrots to hot dogs. Yeah. That is Bailey's favorite thing. But like when I eat dinner, she always wanted, the bacon thing that dogs do. Sit there and watch you. She got carrots instead. So she has to not sit by Melinda. That was a bad thing I started, giving her carrots when I ate. Because then she is at the table. And that little black puppy I had, Maya, that comes with Delaney, she just turned, I think it's 9. Try to remember granddog's birthdays. It's like, have no idea on. We just guesstimate the years old. Casey has one that's got arthritis so bad. Gets glucosamine and stuff every day. Several times a day. They tried the prescription one. It didn't work any better than the other one. But you just feel so sorry for him. I go, I know what the arthritis is like. That's another reason I figured these stages. Because some days the fingers work good, and next days it's like fingers and thumbs say, why am I doing this? So press this. It doesn't take long to go through if you get your assembly line down. Because it's like, can't see the clock up there. 38 minutes. So about less than 40 minutes I've dissected and then assembled 2 sets. I'm going to go ahead and trim one up for you guys. There's a method to that too. There's not a lot of trimming, but you have a 1/2 inch of play that you have to decide, because there are 2 spots on this block that will line up. And I'll show you that. And this is where I want one of these little leader and enders. Of course, when I picked it up, I pulled it apart. get this pressing done. But I'm going to pick a higher contrast color. I'm sure I have one over there that I will. So it shows up just a little bit more, the white and the. I have enough to choose from here. This group of two. This purple wasn't in the group. But it's like I needed 2 more blocks. So I went through my stuff to find what I had. But this is where I give them a light. Make sure everything's pressed right or wrong. I flip it over. Because I'm not sure if I'm even pressed. Hi, Brenda. Are you on vacation for the holidays now? And did you play with your new long arm? My daughter-in-law, she works for the prison system schooling. She's off for 3 weeks. But she's had to put in some pretty long days. Because she does, 3 months? It's, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that helps to where, because she's on salary. And that pays for these 3 weeks. But I give them I use sizing spray, light. I use the light blue. I have a friend that uses the gold or red or something. Can't remember what color it is. And I found a place that I order it and I can get it cheaper than if I went to Walmart. They used to have free shipping. I procrastinated and I ended up having to pay shipping because they changed their policy. That's how it always works. I procrastinate and always have to pay more. That's my theme this year. My homeowner's insurance doubled because the insurance commissioner decided that they wanted something different. And so it's like homeowner's insurance doubled. That's a shock to the pocketbook. I was signed up for one pay, and then it's like I didn't pay it all. It's like, do I have to pay a penalty because I didn't pay it all? I says, when I'm expecting to pay $753 and get a bill for $1,500, it's like, that's a shock to your little pocketbook. I have the money, but it's like, it's still, they need to adjust their thinking. But it's a computer. It doesn't have a heart. Okay, the fun part of squaring them up. This point right here, these actually join up to match. I can use this one as the example. these join. And I got lucky. Hi, Teresa. Yes, ma'am. I go back day after Christmas and plan to play with long arm after I get my gifts made. I still have an apron and 2 pillowcases. I'm also going to cut out a quilt for hubby's gift. Good job, Brenda. But when you're trimming, you want to make sure, like on mine, these are 3 inches. The pattern's talking about someplace at 3 1/4. I can't find it. I don't know where it's supposed to be. But these are the ones that line up. Whether it be this color, that color. And I have one that is the 1/8 inch off, but it's not going to bother me. So I have to just make sure that these come to about the 3 inches. And that's always the fun part. I look. There's the middle. You have to line up your middle. And then you got, it's like, then there's the 3 inches over there. 1, 2. There's the 3 inches here. And it looks like I'm excuse me. This is that big, this is, let me see if I can find a cinnamon or a cough drop. Getting dry throat. Yeah. But I go near the 3, and as long as this runs down the middle. And this is the original point that everything was lined up on. So you want your, yeah, is that the 45 line? Yeah. You want that to line up. So it's a little tiny bit off, but I'm not too worried about it. And then you check to make sure you have, because you trim it to 7 1/2. And the other thing I did notice, 3/4, 1 1/4. It all lines up pretty good. I'm not so worried about the length of that as I want this. I want these 2 outside pieces. That's not much waste. The nice thing is this one's the easiest part. 7 1/2, of course. And by that piece that they want you to trim off of the 3 1/2 incher that I don't do anymore, here it is. I'd rather just add it to this collection, save a step. So now I'll do, all my seams are going to the center. Don't know if that's right or wrong. And the long one here is where I'm going to do most of my lining up with, because that's where the 45 mark goes. Slide down to 3 up here. Now push 1, 2, 3 over here. and 3 there. Line up there and there. I have 7.5 where I can trim. Hi, Terry. What am I doing here? I don't know, Terry. Working on Stellar Magic. But once you get this figured out, like you see how fast I get it set up now. So it takes off. And I am not saving these pieces. You need to prepare something. Okay. So here's the trimmings. I'm going to grab a block that's pressed one way and a block that's pressed another way. I want to see how it lines up. So you do have to press some the opposite way. Oh, Gisela. But this one here means everything's to the center. So I guess we do need to pick back and forth. And it's hard to say because sometimes we're going to be that way. The pattern my grandson picked, I'll show it. This is how the corner, I gotta make sure I got the right piece. This is how the corner will be. And see, it's like, you get, the corner has the 3 this way. And but that's the only thing I know. The 4 corners are like this. And then I don't remember the next. But when they sit together, it makes a beautiful because here's the magic. This is what I call the magic. But if you want this to all be white, where's that one at? Bottom of the pile. Look how that star just stands out. And then I could play with, it's like, do I have not a light color? No. If I had another lighter color, in color this way, fabric. Do I have another dark one? That's the same one. But it's like, it's the same fabric. Or you could have all dark value. But I love this star that shows up. But on the pattern, they show you, I think, 3 different setups. So you have to have all the blocks done, and then you get to play. I call it the giant king-size bed puzzle because I can set it all out and then take the picture. You like the star showing up? Well, the star shows up. It's just sometimes it's one way, and sometimes it's a split up star. There. There's the star split up. Does it still stand out? I'm waiting for it to show up on YouTube. Yeah, you still get your star. It still stands up if you do 2 whites, 2 darks. When it's not all white, it looks like shooting star. And then let's say, because, we have different ends over there. So let's slide these two that way. Gotta remember how to set it. That's not the right way. There. That's the right way. And then here, this is your other pattern that comes out when the shooting star is over here. This is what's between the shooting star. This is what you see between. And I'm not quite sure what that is. But it'll be up on the wall when I start pinning it up there. I will take down one of the hunter star. So my design board up there, I will start pinning some of these. Yes, they give you multiple layouts. And Coda picked my layout because Gigi, I see 2 rectangles and 2 circles. So Coda picked the layout. But that 3 inches that I was talking about, it just makes these points here line up. So some of them are I have a couple that's gonna be a little off. But that's how it's looking. Patty G, when I get it all finished, drawn out the shortcuts and stuff, I will make sure to get it to you. The pattern that's out there. Yeah. But see, there is what they call dark and light. This is what they call the light block. This is the dark block. So each block assembly has what they call a dark and a light. And but everybody knows Sandra's is usually the purple color, but this was just because it was gifted to me. Let's see, I'm trying to stack maybe where you can see. So I need fabric of that color. And see, they say one of these is dark and one of these is light. Hi, Lori. The other Lori. But they call one of these light and one of these dark. Which one's light? Which one's dark? So I just go by dark, light. That's the best I can do. Some of the colors show up more. See, this one screams dark. What's my next color over here? And this fabric came on here by my Oops. This is actually from my Halloween backing. This is the tree, the scary tree fabric. But it perfect purple to go with this. And I have plenty of this, so this might be used as my border. because I still have two 2-yard wide back 2-yard cut pieces. So this, it's like, even though it's what they call scary tree, it's actually trees all through it. It doesn't, I love it. But it fits the colors perfect. So back to the assembly of the next piece. Grab the next two that match. Always grab them in sets of 2. But this lavender, here's the one with a lot of white with a little bit of flower. Drop my ruler on the floor. And then this lavender has got the big sprigs of it. Okay, put the 12 in. The assembly line keeps you from having so many rulers out here too. Yes, there is a... Do I have a picture of it on the phone? Let's see. Where would it be? I think I sent it to Darlene. I'm not sure. I don't remember. There's the Hunter Stars. That's like... Nope. Oh, there. It's like... Oops. I'm going to try and get them the best I can. It's fun. I'll try and see. There. There's the layouts. And the very first one up top and the very last one, they're the same. One's just got the label. Oh, Coda picked the very last one. The first and the last, I should say. Coda picked. Hi, Laura. Oh, come on. You need this. I can't. It's like, what's the temp? It's like, phone went to sleep that fast. But I can enlarge. These two are the same pattern, just a different colorway. But see down here in the, how you can see like 2 rings in the middle? And then it's got the dark rectangle with the light rectangle. That's how Coda picked it. But that's the one pattern I like, the layout. Yeah. See, the phone doesn't stay awake for very long. And if I had a secondary one, because here's the 2 I like. The 2 layouts, one on top of the other. I was out of town this weekend, so December has been a no sewing month. So, Terry, I'm sorry. If you Google Stellar Magic, it comes up at Etsy shops because it's a U-print. Or you do like I do, watch Missouri Star, learn too fast. Yeah. I can look at something and it's like come up with the pattern. It's like, I don't know why I have to do that. But Darlene found a pattern somewhere. And it is part of the shootings. The Hunter Star is, they use part of the Hunter Star block to make the pattern. But the shortcuts that you're learning from me, as I've experienced the trip, is what you can't get on a pattern. The journey of the assembly, the mistakes I've made, the things to watch for. This is the part that I love about YouTube, when you can learn from somebody else's mistakes. Is that a good way of putting it? So pick up the 5. Yeah, 80 blocks to do. Well, my Hunter Star, one's one row longer than the other, or wider. And then again, I'll repeat my lining up. I don't go from the farthest out point to this point. I only look at this block. This block on every single one. So I line up from this point to this point, and you have to trim an inch each side of that. And then you trim 2 inches over there. Rotate the mat, because I'm trying to remember to pull them apart so you guys can see everything. It's like, yeah, your Winter Star does need assembled. Carrie wants to put her quilt that she went to the class. She says she's going to put it in a box and send it to me so I can do it for her. And then I'll send her back the top. So now I assemble back, because you seen I didn't move a thing. Just grabbing my pieces, stack them back on top. And if I slide them together, you'll see the squares. They don't slide. My board's getting rough from being cut on. But see, here's the original square that used to be down here. So if I turned it this way, you'd see that the way I trimmed it, because it doesn't matter. So now my assembly line starts. This piece onto this one. Just, I play with it this way to see where the points line up. Start my assembly line. And before I lose that little tiny thing, open the drawer where the other one sits. I moved them down a drawer. Then I pick up the block number 2's piece. I can either leave it on the table, line it up, pick it up for $7.50. It must be popular. 8 people bought it in the last 24 hours and 48 in carts. Yeah. Since Misty kind of showed it. I love the effects. I really do. I like the process. Everybody says well, I know I'm crazy, but I just wish there was a certain pressing way. But after just sitting mine out here, we're going to be doing some different twist. The seams are going to have to be flipping back and forth because I press mine all the same. It's just not working. Oops. I already have to take. I forgot a step, ladies. I was reading the chat and didn't. So I got to tear the seams out of these. I forgot to do the flipping. Someone should have yelled, "Stop!" Because row 2 and 4 have to be rotated. So I am going to set this one aside. Yeah, just a bunch of 10-inch squares. Go to the next one. Being somebody had to. I'll tear it apart off camera. And this is why we started this, or I started this assembly line procedure. But it's like, you take that pattern, which I'm not sure how it even looks. And my tips and tricks of what I did wrong and what's helped. Okay, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like, don't forget the step. Two inches over. I would not stack these and try to trim, because how are you going to make sure that these points are perfectly lined up with each other? This one and this one. So now I'll assemble the pieces back together. Okay, Gisela, enjoy your dinner. You got to come on for over an hour and spend time with us. Okay. Okay, so Terry, and it's like, I see Mona's coming on in 30 minutes. So if you got to leave, you got to leave. So turn this back over. Okay, before I forget the step, take row 2 and 4 and just flip those over. Yeah, I even commented on it, Terry. I watched it. I was a thumbs up and a comment on your purses. I was I watched. Trying to remember that night. Because I wrote you a comment that I would have to make one of these. Because I have 2 granddaughters. Well, actually, I have 3 granddaughters. I have my 6-pack, 3 and 3. Just like my original grandkids are 3 and 3. Of the 3. But my great grandkids are gonna, it won't be a 6-pack. You can't find the comment? I'll go back because I put the comment. I will have to make one of these because I was reading somebody else's comments also. Okay, so I don't sew the piece that I got to tear apart. Because I know normally you're right there responding back. But I also I was playing on my farm, and when I went back later, what I did on my farm wasn't there, so I might have had a blimp in my internet service. I don't know what causes it. Playing everything fine, and then all of a sudden it's like, you had no internet? Oh, my stuff's falling off. Yeah. Well, just internet issues, period. My snowflakes aren't the big cotton balls right now. Thank you, Patty G. This here means I turned it around so the square was in the same spot. It's been throwing me off a little because I always assembled it upside down. But doing this after Hunter Star's cuts and sewing assembly is still in your embedded because I did it twice. And it's like I had to come up with something a little bit different. A different assembly, different something. Because you resort back to those cuts and it's like, ooh. Lori Clark to sewsweetness.com. She has a few free patterns and videos. You can share the link on here, Terry, if you want. It's like you have the wrench. think you're the only wrench on here. You can put your link to the purse up there too. So if anybody missed it, thank you, Terry. Now that I know it doesn't matter which way I press, I'm just pressing. Then I'll try to figure out that mess. And to know when you're sewing together the right ones, the colors contrast. Sorry. The cinnamon ran out. Because when I pick these up, I flip them over to sew. Oh, thread broke. I don't know why it does that. Cut me a new end. I'm taking Wednesday afternoon off work for 3-hour intro class to Pro Stitch Your Life and Groovy Boards. The class is 1.5 hours away, but will help me on a informed. Yeah, I'm curious. I want somebody to do. I want the opinion of the Groovy Boards. Storage wise, it would be too much. I'd rather have the little rolls of paper. Oh, saying my battery says go. That one you're going to have to Google, Terry. It's a plastic board, and I guess 2 come in a set, but they're routed out patterns. And then on the side of the long arm, there's a stylus that goes down and goes in the Groovy board. Okay. That's why I use it, Miss D's. That where it was at? I was going to ask you, did you buy me anything good? But you only get 2 boards, and I think they're like 2 foot long. Then you have to move the other board to go on down the quilt. I'd rather have the Pantograph paper that does the whole pattern in one layout. When I seen you had to buy, because I thought maybe you bought them in sets of to fit your bed, that they'd have them in. See, they wouldn't fit mine because my bed's only 5 foot. So I'd have to buy 2 sets, cut one in half in order for them to go on my table. See, and what did Susan Yearout do? Another vintage singer. You gonna start collecting, Susan? So there's pros and cons to the Groovy board. The important part is she's getting that back table. So if she wants to do pantographs, I do pantographs because they take up less space. And if there's something like mine, I look on the internet and draw what I want. And then if there's, after I do it and there's a change, I can just take a marker and change the pattern. Yes, they're in two, I think 2 2-foot sections is what you get. So then you got to start finding places to store. And my rolls, they're just little rolls. Mine are on like 10-inch paper. And I take salvage edges that I trim off of fabric, and I use them to wrap up around the scroll. And it, like I said, if there's little changes I want to do, I do the changes. The pantograph I just did, that's on paper, I want to change the little flower in it. I want a little more detail in the petal. So I'm going to take the time and a black Sharpie and change my design. Yeah, what they call, I think you get 2 boards, I think. Yes, Miss D. See? I pay attention where you're at. You wasn't sewing with me. And now line these up. They're almost end to end. It's just one board, 1 2-foot board. It's like, I am not going to sit there and do that moving back and forth. I would be the most mislined. Be aware of our limited pharmacy's hours next week. My prescriptions are ready to pick up. I don't need them, but this eye doctor had the prescriptions down and to the pharmacy so fast. I have a 2-month supply of eye drops. Now I'm going to have another 3-month supply. I won't have to go to no pharmacy for months. Yeah, grab 2 of these. Leader and ender. You have the back table. You got to pick it up and bring it home with you? Got the handlebars? For the back side? Means I picked that up. I'll use that. It's like, doesn't bother me. I'm on the fence about the quilt from the back kit. May not need. Well, you will need it for the Groovy board because the handlebars is needed. You want to do Baptist and clamshells? I haven't figured out which quilt I would even do the Baptist fan. I've watched that Michael Quilts, Michael, and he does the Baptist fan quite often. But I like the pretty, the flower, the butterfly, the like Coda's dinosaur track was on his quilt, and I did the butterflies on Aspens. I find things that go with the quilt, and they don't come. It's like even with Courtney when I do have her long arm, you're paying $15 every time you want a different pattern. I don't. It's like no. So I have to pick from her limited. They're sold as singles. Okay, so every 2 feet. Yeah. So there'd be strike one for Groovy boards. Marla has a place near her that they have the Groovy boards, and that's how Marla was going to go do a long arm, a quilt, but she hasn't went yet. So I'm curious how she would like it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guess I better get the matching piece. The next piece that was stacked there does not match. This does not match what I just did. Okay, yeah, you'll know for sure on that day. So sit that one until I find its matching counterpart here in the pile. Where the heck did it go? But this one matches this one. Yeah, I did different. I have tried researching so many things. But the Pro Stitcher lost me looking at the assortment of patterns that comes with it. And if it's like, I'm not paying $15 every time I want a new pattern. Yeah, because I thought it was a set of 2. Because how would you line up? Because they was talking about how you have to move over. How would you move over? What would you line up to? the thing I want to get for on mine with the pantograph, I want to get a piece of plexiglass that fits my table. So the pattern sits down. And then put painter tape at start and ends. Yeah, if you go Pro Stitcher, like that's the computer part, right? I want to do Baptist fan on the pineapple log cabin made from the men's shirts. See, I would get the Baptist fan ruler set and work from the front. That's what I've seen. Okay. At least you get to spend some time with me today. But like the other day when I says she is real, I can't say that when Alani's around. Okay, grab this group of 5. Set them out. Okay. Good luck. That'll be a video coming up soon, right, Terry? You playing on your mini quilter with the vintage? Okay. Row 2. Yeah, practice first, though. Practice first. And row 4. It's just a flip of the pieces. And you can see the design. Unboxing, I hope. Okay. A little bit that way. Because I've looked at even these places that as long arming online. Okay, Teresa's asking Terry a question. It's like, hi, Katie. Got a message somewhere. But this assembly line way is the greatest way. Oh, so I don't lose this little 1.5 half square triangle here. Oh, Tracy's here. Iron Stitches. Hello. It's like instantly, it's just Tracy. And how's Tracy today? If I've missed anybody, just let me know. Just knock me in the head a couple times. I didn't flip my row back over this time. Means it was throwing my head off a little. You're doing great. I'm glad to hear that, Tracy. I am too. I just hope I'm just getting over my cold. Now they're coming down with it again out at my son's. Because Emily said that I would get Miss Delaney tomorrow because she said her mom's sick again. Yeah, it's like my whole life is up, down, up, down. Then when you get on these, you can't. I need to get to cutting the border on my ode to national parks. Ooh. That'd probably be one that Melinda would. She used to be the park ranger. And when she does travel, she goes to all the national parks when she can. I was going to, because I know there's a national park passport book or something out there. It took her, 3 years to have the right timing. Hi, June. You're shopping? Okay. You went to the quilt store? Or Hobby Lobby? Joann's? Where there's fabric, anyway. She's been making scrunchies for her granddaughter. Yeah, if we just had more to spend, it'd be nice. Yeah, it's cold out here. I have snow. It's been snowing since between 6:30 and 7:25. Because it wasn't snowing at one time, but it was at the next. And the reason I flipped these back over is so I can put this in the right position. That other way was throwing me off. If I made a quilt out of just the national parks I've been to, it would be a table runner. I've been to the Olympic Peninsula, Mount Rainier, whatever, the Grand Tetons. I go, what is that called? Black Hills. That's like Mount Rushmore, down that area. Haven't been to, Melinda's been to Arizona, anything when she went to Las Vegas. Any national park that was nearer when they went to Las Vegas for the PBR, she went out to them. Casey's been to the Grand Canyon, and then wherever that dang, you're back. Welcome back. It's like, you didn't get to hear me, I don't think. I can't say. It's like the other day when you was on here and I said, she is real. She does exist. Alani, the commercial with Santa Claus meeting the M&Ms, she had a bad reaction because if M&Ms are real, how is Santa Claus real? So we've had a lot of explaining to do. Try to explain some of this stuff to 4-year-olds. So if I would say you're real, that she'd probably start crying. We can't play Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. We can't watch Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. So I don't know how she would react to the Wizard of Oz with the house landing on the witch. Purple People Eater, she won't. We can't play that song. It's like our life is interesting. But Alani is on an M&M strike. She won't eat M&Ms because they're real. It's like, I just laugh. And I shouldn't laugh at it. I've been to Mount Rainier, Olympic, Yellowstone, Tetons, Grand Canyon, Bryce, Zion, and yeah, where it's like, well, that was a good pickup of fabric. Forgot the big one. Pro Stitch Your Life, okay. Light, not live. Are you going to be sad when you take off that extra time to go do that? I mean, you're going to leave them. You have to buy a minimum of 2 for it to work. Okay. Coffee house bag. Got one more piece. Then I need a leader and ender. At first, I thought the Groovy board would be a neat way to go. And then after I did a little bit of research, I said, no, it's not the way I'm going. It is the computer one. See, I don't want that because I have so many computer issues as it is. I don't need more computer. Okay. Well, I was watching, even our Handy Quilter YouTube site. I do a light starch. I don't do cardboard like Laura. I tease her about it. She does cardstock. I do light. And I starch my fabric lightly before. And then I starch my fabric again lightly here at this stage before I trim. Because I like when these strings quit falling off. but I use the light sizing. I don't remember the strength of Laura's. Is it the red can, the gold can? But I didn't used to be a starcher. I can do the light, what they call sizing. But it has helped some in my, when I trim the fabric, that dust that appears, it's lint. That really irritates me. I have to take allergy pills because of I get so irritated by it. I don't, so far the spray's not affecting me, even though I hate perfumes. I don't go down the grocery aisle. I bet you are. I like this one. Been a great visit. Have to run, drop, and pick up prescription. Okay, bye, Teresa. I'm glad you came over and you got. I give people ideas, patterns. That's how we do it. We find things to show people that we're doing, and then they kind of get hooked on it. Going to my email. Just got to remember how to do it. See if my phone can find my printer. I'll be leaving in a while, subbing in the cafeteria at lunch. Three dots. Print. Select a printer. Wake up, printer. Now what do I do? Print. Guess that's the button. Let's see if it wakes up. That's the one I have to tear apart. I'm going to pull this stack up here for a minute. Gotta find where that one. That's that one and that one. There it is. Clear down there. How in the heck did that one get that lost? Wake up the printer. See, that's the one I goofed up on last time. So let's take this one that has a little more color. So take one off the pile. It's like I just looked up there. I would stay here all day sewing. I could leave the YouTube on. Okay. Now that I woke up the computer, let's see if it'll work this time. Pull that over that little bit. Rotate. Might have to do it off of my laptop when I'm done. It's like it's not recognizing something. Or did I turn it off? Nope, it says it's on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go back. Says it's still thinking. Line up here to here. There to there. Rotate. Snow, you can stop. Now we're back to the big flakes. Set out the pieces. They sit on top of each other, just opposites. And row 2, bring the top one to the bottom one to the top. Row 4, bottom one to the top. I see Tracy's going to be making some bags. Oh, Terry, that's like, Alani on when she's playing dolls. She wants the backpack, a simple backpack. So she can put the doll clothes and stuff in it because of the way she plays with the what I call the littles. And everybody's diaper bags are backpacks. So guess what kind of diaper bag she wants for dolls? A backpack one. And I was thinking her bag of incorporating handles somehow, or the straps. Because I'm Miss Tightwad, I will come up with a way. And no zippers. Snaps are allowed. Yeah. It's just something simple that I might be able to get made. That I might be able to get made. It's like I am not a bag maker. But that seems to be her focus right now. Well, it's like, I think that purse that you had would be about the right size. But I think it's got to have with the boxed bottom. Yeah, you're going to pay for it all right. Yeah. Yeah, I spend a lot of time with Courtney with her computer. The nice thing is you can take your pattern that you want and do the panto with the Pro Stitcher. But I can get across my row faster doing a panto my way than the Pro Stitcher walks across the machine. You're getting better about the start. Yeah, I didn't think I would ever start, but it does eliminate a lot of the fraying. And it makes it easier for getting your quilt ready for long arming because you don't have so many strings. Yes. And I would probably put one little pocket on that flap. Might need the zipper there, but I figured I could do I have those snaps to where it just held, because I'm sure if the baby bottle, this and that, and then I was going to look at the dollar store for a cheap bag of baby wipes that might be what they call the pocket size, or go into where they sell the stuff. Things that are more size-wise to I don't know if she needs, because she's probably going to have the changing pad too. Because Miss Delaney has a changing pad. I don't know why. She has at least started to play with dolls more. That's a plus. He starts outside and wear a mask. my light sizing. But I think we should be able to adapt those straps onto the. And I do have some of the things that I have bags. Spoonflower has a free mini child backpack. Okay. Have you made it, Patty G? Because I know you have a granddaughter, or is it great granddaughter that's smaller? Younger, I should say. Because what would fit her, Aspen's a smaller build. And we don't know how Delaney will be. She's just too little yet. But I will have Delaney tomorrow by sounds. So the star of Tuesday show will be here. Unless her mama's still sick for some reason. Okay. I will have to go look at that. Because it's like, I have some stabilizer because it's like, I would like to have it a little stabilized of some sort, being it is a backpack. I don't know how I'm going to work it. I'm not, like I said, I'm not the bag maker. Unless they're out of green sacks and you just. I think I have that one backpack that was free somewhere. But was it on the other laptop that's slow? I know there was a free backpack pattern out there somewhere, but I haven't been lucky enough to find it. That's the disadvantage to the great grandma that sews, and I watch what they do. And she's 4, so the backpack, she'd probably play with it for more than a year. Spoonflower does more than custom fabric. I noticed that the other day when I was there. Some site took me over there. Oh, I was looking up lavender. I'm trying to figure out what fabric line this is. Because the border, I want it to match in color. And if I don't go out shopping, how do I know that purple is the right purple? Because there are different shades of purple. I think this one's what they call purple on the blue side of the color wheel. I think is how it works. Boy, I was busy with sewing for my granddaughter. when she was a baby. Yeah. Oh, if I give Alani choices, she'd probably take them, but I'm not giving choices. It's like her favorite color is pink, but their backpacks are neutral. Okay. Because it seems like Terry was the one that put the link out that one time for that free pattern. That's why I was thinking Terry. But I have no getting Alani on the bus for this week. It seems that whenever I visit a website, the cookies follow me and put ads in my email. Active. Yes. Is that where we're getting them? From those cookies? It's like, I got to quit searching then. Probably from that woman. It's like, it might, like I said, yeah. Maybe if I go back far enough, and I need my little leader and ender. Because I know it was shared on one of these pages one time somewhere on a YouTube. Oh, thank you. $10:32 already? Where'd my day go? Aw, Gisela. She just sent me a message that she's glad I started early. I think of the ones in other countries quite often. Okay, another set done. But it's like, I don't know if you guys want to be bored forever. I'm going to do some ripping. Means I did the mistake. Which one did I start? I don't know. They both have to come out. Plum Crazy had to come out. Oh, I can go check that link. Alani spends a lot of time on, it's like, come play with me, and some others that are like that. And then she tries now to put it where she's like the person. So that's where the backpack, because I mean, I have stuff in the toy room that are, okay, you was bored before? Okay. I mean, as long as I'm sewing here, as long as I'm sitting, my knees don't bother me. But when I go to stand up to go do something, it's like, ah. Now this is boring, watching stitches be picked out. But I find it's more fun to sew with other people. Okay, should be able to pull this one right apart now. I heard a ding somewhere, but I don't know what. Maybe the weatherman's going to tell me another lie. Let me see. It says printer error. That's what it just sent me a message for. So I'll have to open it up there on the off of my phone. I'm not going to open the second tab and do it. Because then it's like we're staring up here like this as we're doing it. You aren't boring. Okay, thank you, Terry. So that one's tore apart. Then I'll have to get these all laid out again. Lemon juice and water. Yeah, that is very true with cats. The curtains are cheaper play toys. Terry, you like how I have them where they join, but this square right here, the two whites are by the color because of the difference of where they're sitting. I tried lining it up where it looks like one big one. I was having fun trying. I set that up deliberately for you, Terry. Because that first day I had that one covered with the foundation paper piece butterfly one. Yeah. I have the giant Legos that was Chubbs baby wipes when my grandkids was little. So like 20, 25 years ago, they made Chubbs and their giant Lego blocks. I have several of them and they're in right now. They're the shape of a tree. That's as close as I'm going to get to a Christmas tree. And then when I stacked them with one of the Lego, I have dolls and stuff sitting on the outside edge. And Alani has not tore it apart yet. So she's happy with the tree. She'll build a building tower out of them and knock them down. And then she wants to leave them in the floor because that's her. She swims in it. They are. They're selling for like between $7 and $10 a block. And I think I have 80 of them. I think it is. But I think my grandkids, they agreed that we will just keep them for the next generation also. Cheryl, hi. I finally hand stitching the binding on this latest quilt today. I guess I'm slowing down. Oh, I'm sorry. I had to refuse to do it as I begin to read the directions. I rewatched her videos a few times. Now I'm diving in. Horse applique. Oh, Yeah, well, there is a FPP pattern that I'm going to be making. And let me see if I can find the picture. It's not of a horse. It's definitely would be in Terry's thing. But they called this a corgi. That's the FPP I'll be doing after. There you go, Terry. The sound of the parking area being plowed, which means I will have a berm to back over when I leave for the grade school. That's not a corgi. Whose house will you go to, Sandra? My son's. I'm going to my son's house. Okay, so these ones must have went over here. This one's over here. It's like putting this puzzle together. I'm playing with puzzle pieces. This one doesn't go there. The middle ones are right. So maybe if I do the middle ones there. There. Okay. Getting better. I'm starting to get the pieces together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there's that square. So now I'll join these ones. It's upside down is why that one don't want to work. And the Lego blocks. The Chubbs baby white blocks. Yeah, I've Googled it. I went on eBay. And yeah, because if they had some cheap ones, I thought about buying a few more. But they wasn't cheap. It was $8 and up. So I said, oops, I will just keep our fortune. Just like I won't sell my little people houses. It's like we've replaced them before, the Fisher Price little people. We've replaced them before, and I'm not replacing them again because the price keeps doubling, tripling, and the quality is not like it used to be. So row 2, the bottom to the top. Row 4, bottom to the top. So I'm going to try this one again. No ripping allowed. You have 6 grandchildren in several houses. Which household will have possession of them? Oh, that's going to be the fun part. As long as my house is, because it's like, I have the only paid for house. And I have the storage availability out there. Because believe me, my grandkids have got stuff out there stored. Melinda, her Barbie stuff is at Aspen and Coda's. And Casey won't share his stuff. Austin would be the best carrier outer, but he won't have kids. I don't see him. He wants kids, but it's like he's got to get his life. So until later, we'll get the decision. Good thing I have 3 different apparatuses that I can open. Looks like almost the same thing. Except for it's a what? Yeah. Put them in the colors you want. Because it's like Darlene is making hers in the color blacks and whites, I think. But I just do different things. That one that I showed you looks like Casey's one dog or 2 dogs. Because you can change the color and change the appearance of the dog. Because we found that out on my pet quilt. Because I think it was Douglas asked where Cameron, who's actually my grandson-in-law. He goes, Grandma, where's that dog quilt of yours? And he's naming off all the dogs, and he's only a grandson-in-law. I got to get serious and get their dog tags on there. I'm just trying to figure out how to label Ace and Hatter, the sugar gliders. Because they wouldn't wear a dog tag or a fish. But I do have 2 cats in the pet quilt. And see, what's the new dogs? The new dogs in the family. Michaela's is a Great Dane. Austin's 2 pit bulls. Douglas has his, and Derek's got his. Austin has a cat. No new pets at Emily's. No new pets at Casey's. We'd have to add Gunner. Because Bailey was already on the first version. Yeah. But I was amazed that it was Cameron was the one that asked. I didn't think he even paid attention to what I did. Now, Austin, every quilt I own is his. I keep looking at different storage devices, like a bookcase with glass doors. But I got to figure out what depth I want. I said I could have these bookcases with the glass doors with my quilts in there, and then put little hang tag labels on them stating what quilt they are, so I don't have to try to rack my brain to remember what backing, what this, what that. And bye, Susan. I'm slow. I didn't read that up high enough. Hi, Dorlyn. Sorry, I'm slow at looking. Slide that back up there. I can hardly wait to start playing on the design board with the blocks. I have them split up in 2 groups because each layer cake has 2 10-inch squares. But I was lining them up in, if I do the upper left corner, then the lower right corner would match the upper left corner, so on and so forth. And then the same way with the upper right corner would match the lower left corner. And then start blending them together. That way I know I'm not putting the same colors on top of each other. See, I'm already in the planning stage and I don't even have the blocks all done. That's just me. I'm just not. My brain just keeps going and going. I have to plan this, do this. My next quilt that I'm supposed to be pulling out to do will not have purple in it. So if you're coming on to find purple, not going to happen. It's going to have the black, red, gray, and white. But I have to make the decision, am I getting a new bed? And if I am, what size am I going to get? Because that quilt will be made for that size bed. Because that's what I bought the material for. And it was several years ago. 6 years ago. The horse puzzles? Okay. Is there a set? You said cutting out the last set of these horse puzzles. So like 1-inch strips or... That is fine, Terry. We're all just keeping each other company while we sew. Which works great. There are 4 11 by 17-inch sheets of tiny pieces. Okay. Yeah, because a lot of these FPP things all are different. Some will tell you what size pieces to cut out and when to use them. And it's like, huh? I just take my fabric and cut out a strip of what looks like it might be, and it'll eventually get used somewhere. Okay. Yes, I did see that horse. I did see the horse, of course. And I says, no, Sandra K. Denise, if you have the room, don't get smaller than the queen. I tried to downsize to a full, and if I lay down across the width of the bed, my ankles and feet hang over. Not comfortable. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But it's more planning for the future. And a queen bed is 60 wide, where my bed's 70, whatever, because it's a king, 75. That would give me 15 inches more floor space, which would allow for a wheelchair and a walker to go down the side of the bed. That's how I'm figuring. A wheelchair is 27, the standard wheelchair is 27 inches wide that I have. It was my husband's. It was got on May 10th and he passed away May 18th, so, or May 19th. So that's how I'm planning. I would love to, I want to rearrange my room as it is now. I'm bored with it. I get bored with my furniture being certain ways. I have a queen. The empty side was supposed to be for the 4 dogs. Sebastian sleeps with me in my half, in my ribs. Yeah, scissor work. Yeah, when I went and stayed with the grandkids, it's like they have just twin beds, and they always give up one of their beds for grandma. Well, I ended up with 2 of them sleeping in that twin bed with me. That was a tight squeeze. And then they have those bumper things so they don't roll off the bed. And that was on my side. I said the one thing about it, when it fell off the edge of the bed, it gave me 3 more inches of security. Because my hand would go over to that and I would feel it. But trying to do the flip-flop roll over, it's like we all took shifts of who's flipping where. That was fun because they toss and turn. And Coda talks in his sleep. And Aspen wants to sleep with the light on. Pile's getting smaller, but not fast enough. Because I still have this many. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. That's not the right ones. This one's in the wrong spot. 10, 11, 12. Well, that one's not in the right spot. 13, 14, 15, 16. I still have 17 sets to go. 17 would be what, 34? 34 blocks to go. And yo, Patty, my new dog Max is supposed to sleep at the foot of my queen size bed. Nope, prefers the middle and refuses to move. Goes in dead dog mode. I have to literally roll him over several times. Oreo and Tuffy would wait for me to get laid down, but if they went to bed first, when Larry was up, they never slept on his side of the bed. So Oreo would take my pillow and Tuffy would take off and go down the side and wait for me. And then if I was too late, Oreo would get down off the bed. She'd come in and tell me it was bedtime. But when I was there at Coda and Aspen's, it's like I couldn't sleep because they was moving all night long. Their dog Luna, she it's like I'm not even sure he or she. I don't look at the plumbing, I guess. Should look. Would come in and put the head right in my face. He's a 15-pound solid mass. I know, dead dog mode. Like you are 11 pounds. You think I can't lift you? Love him. Yep. But whenever I went to bed, they would rearrange. Oreo would then go between my legs. She always wanted between my calves. And then Tuffy would always want to be in the armpit zone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My magic number of counting. 5. I put his quilt on the bed and I drag him away when he... Yeah, that works. Oreo would never go under a blanket. She'd be on one. And Tuffy would be... After he got comfortable, I had to pull his blanket up on him. He was the blanket person. Oreo was an honor. He was an under. But like everybody, when they said that I would miss Miss Bailey, no. I have a picture of her. She's on her bed by the Christmas tree, waiting for Santa patiently. Like Melinda said, she got to see a side of Bailey that she didn't think Bailey had. And I couldn't believe it either. But she chewed through the chain link. The shelter said he's a Chihuahua mix. He's 14 inches tall and has a girth of 21. Sounds like Tuffy. He was a chunk. So this one goes there. This one goes there. This one goes here. This one goes here. She probably does. It's like, I don't know if she's getting her carrots every day. I reminded Melinda. I said she needs her carrots. But Melinda has seen how if it's raining outside, how she wants to go right back in. She didn't like the high winds the other day. Tuffy was Chihuahua mix. Put another cinnamon in. Oh, row 2 and 4. Flip. Almost forgot. I have sewed 2 blocks and I hit the seam align issues. Why? Those are cuts. But I have found that they do line up. Because there's only one place you have to line up, Terry. Or Lori. I don't know. Because I don't want you to quit. Because if you start having too many issues, you're not going to. You'll get frustrated. You can do it. How far is your alignment off? Yes, she did. But it's like her here, she got more used to, out of the kennel. It's like, I don't know how it works at actual bedtime. Because here, she stayed on her bed all night. And when she did come and wake me up, it's because she had to go potty. I'm trying to look up there. I had a couple that would make my star points be just like 1/8 of an inch off. But I fudged them in there. Another leader and ender into the drawer. Don't think I need that many pinwheels, but just keep making them. I got to dig down that fabric because I chose to add a spacer between the blocks. Another pattern change. 2 of them on the Christmas. Yeah, I already had my date with Jack on the live. When you're in the process of trying to show something, it's not good to sew it together wrong and then take the time, the extra time, to rip it out. Nose itches. The lint from the cutting. Excuse me. That's the worst part. Laura back at work? Or is she still listening? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lori and Patty. Doesn't help when you're just getting over a cold or sinus issues. I love that Tussin cough syrup not, but it works. And it's getting harder to get, but the one Austin got the other day was, it's also the Tussin formula that's good for people with high blood pressure. And it still tastes just as terrible as the others. I guess if it's supposed to work, it doesn't have to taste good. But I have my winter supply of it. He bought me 2 8-ounce bottles. I paid for it, but he picked them up. He was going to the store, so I just added to the list. I don't know what he's doing today. His dad did pass on Friday. I don't know what time they took him off the respirator. I know Austin got up there about 2. He arrived in Spokane as I was leaving Spokane because it started to snow. So I figured just in case, I wanted to make sure I got home before dark. And, Patty, you still here? Okay, I will, Terry. He knows that you guys are all know everything he went through. Then his job didn't help. It's like he commits for that job. They shouldn't. They pulled it away. So now he's looking at another facility. It's like, do you feel relieved that you're not making the Christmas stockings this year, or do you feel like you did wrong? I pictured you felt bad and started slamming 100 stockings together. Because that would be a big pressure release. Because you start in July, don't you, making them? I think you normally started in July making them. That would take and open up a big time frame in your life of where you was filling the space. But I bet they're missing them. I do feel guilty, but I am pleased with how I used my time. I literally gutted my bedroom and hallway. Next year, I'll make up for it. It's like, don't make over the 100. Just continue with your 100. Don't overdo. But yeah, when I normally do something, Austin was supposed to come down yesterday while it was a little warmer, and we was going to plant my tulips. Well, he didn't come down until it was cold. We're going to plant my tulips so when Bailey comes to visit, she can. Yeah, I agree with Terry. But I'm sure it was just as much an enjoyment to make them. But everybody said that I would plant my tulips just so Bailey had something to dig out when I have her on weekends. She'll be here this weekend. Miss Bailey will be. Melinda's coming over to spend. They're having Christmas this weekend. Yeah, that would work. Christmas drawstring bags. It's like they would work just as well as I would like them. The everlasting Christmas wrap type thing. You have a queen? And you have a king too. But don't tell Craig that. He's a keeper. I need to go out to my back shed, rummage through, try to get to the back where I have a good grade plywood piece out there because I need to make this table about 5 inches bigger this way. I trip over this leg, catch my feet, and then I have the raw edge plywood here that Delaney puts her feet. I says, where's a man when I need one? So I have to go do my own carpentry. At least I can do it. That is one good thing. Yeah, if I downsize to a queen, that king size quilt that I do have, I just have to turn it and tuck in more. So then I'd have to have a footboard. I've never had a footboard. But it wouldn't hang on the corner in the carpet area. You want to join Laura making the stellar magic? It is fun. I forget how big this one's going to be. It's like, I don't think I wrote the information down yet. It's like my planner down here. No, I haven't written anything down yet. I told the facility that if I had sold every one of those stockings, it wouldn't be living. It wouldn't be living without a vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, those Christmas stockings that you made. It's like I've seen so many, like $20 a piece. And you've made lots of them. Yes. You'd have an automobile. A nice one. I'm going to stare at the screen for a little bit. I'm going to figure out where I put the mouse. I'm going to open a second. Yeah, you'd have a nice car. You could even go out and have a party. It's like I'm going to try to get that pattern printed. Yeah, it's like the stockings that the dog, like the dogs I used on my on the pet blanket. They put them on the front of stockings. They sold them for $35 a stocking. And I thought, whoa, that's ridiculous. Okay, it's supposed to be downloading it. There we go. Go to the printer. That is so pretty. On the big screen, it's beautiful. Oh, there it goes. Oh, that flipping the pattern. Got to stand up, so my achy knees. You hear me moan and groan in a minute. It's just me. Now, there's lots of things we do that you just kind of, well, refold that, and then it'll fit in there. You can refold anything to fit somewhere. Extra piece. I don't do it for the dollars. I take comfort knowing that 900 stockings will also be in their heirloom for their kids. I hope they did keep them for that. It's like, I really hope they did. I guarantee you I would. It's like, Brenda's friend, when her crocheted Christmas stocking got somehow disappeared out of the attic, and Brenda was hunting for someone that could crochet one. Okay. says. Just don't pick it up like that. I have to turn it that way. Trying to read the instructions on how to print on the other side. That's a chore in itself too. Oh, I froze here. It's like, nope. I'm just way behind watching myself. I'll speed it up so I catch up with myself. They are made to hold up for many years to come. Yes. I thought about something like that. And it's like, we have the counter cross stitch ones. They're not lined or anything. They're looks. I have to put those out before Melinda gets here on Saturday. Because she'll say, Mom, I have to dig in the closet, dig them out. They're in that closet with the Christmas quilt. So I'll put the Christmas quilt out, the stockings, and call it decorated. I have the Lego tree. Wow. Yo, Patty, there's a lot of pieces, layouts to pick from. How in the heck are we going to pick a layout? There's 13 layouts. And they're only for 24 blocks. I do have to tell you, the Stellar Magic pattern, the original, is only for a 42 by 56 without border and 53 by 67 with border. And 24 layer cakes, I think it is. Yes. 24 print layer cakes and 24 block surgery complete. Good luck, Lori. You'll do it. You can do it. So how this one with 80 is, I forget the size. Like I said, I should write it down. Let's see if I could. Oops. I don't want to block anybody. You like that? Mine's kind of the morgue because I call mine plum crazy. My quilts. I'm going to my quiltography. And search. Using my 80, my blocks that I have, it will be 56 by 70 without the borders. So mine's still going to be a giant throw. It won't be an actual quilt using a full layer cake set because my layer cake set had 40 blocks. Darlene's had 42. Make it bigger. Go back to my chat's bigger. If you rotary cutter or Fiskars, remember they have yeah. That's where I don't think it's this one. It's like I've had one replaced. I haven't set for my mats yet because I have the two mats that fallen apart, and this Fiskar mat. I'm starting to lose the inside. Boy, my chat went clear back. I try to move it, my blocks at different spots on the board. But it's like my center is just like sandpaper anymore out there. I still have one rotary cutter in the package up there. The one that the button broke on the side. You're still listening? Okay. You want to make Stellar Magic with us? I think you'd have fun. I was going through my quilt patterns the other day, and I was showing Darlene different things, and I says, "Yep, this is the Madonna quilt." She goes, "The Madonna quilt." So I had to tell her the story. The Virginia something, or is it just Virginia? It's like I forget what it is now. Different little things that we get to laugh about, and then the pattern you call the pita pattern. I think I actually wrote on the pattern with the heat erasable stuff. I actually call it the pita pattern. I wrote that on there. Yeah, isn't that something, Terry? I couldn't even tell you which one Coda picked now. Oh, my namesake, I can't make it. I cannot make the namesake of the stellar block. I cannot do it. I can't do the Sandra. That's too much. Coda's is Linda. I think. What's the first one's name? Because we start with number 2. What's number 1? Maybe he is the number 1. Yes. Sandra did. It made me dizzy too. I'll show you guys the Sandra one. It's right there. That just does you. And I'm not going to wiggle it because it's really... No, it's not that one because it has the two... It has the rectangular... So it must be... It's more... It's opposite of Linda. Linda's got the dark on the inside. So it must be the number 1 quilt. It must be the cover photo. Yes, it's the cover one. But where I have way more blocks than they do. because they're only using 48 and I have 80. I couldn't quit at something small. It's like, I go, if I'm using a layer cake, I'm going to use it. I'm not even going to show code of those until this quilt's assembled. Slide these over. They didn't name the first one. Like, got to go back through all the pattern again. Because they show the Diana. Well, is it the Diana just in reverse? Oh, Diana. Diana. It's like stitches are out, no scars. Moving on. It's Diana. They have a Diana and a Diane. Did you notice that, Terry? Okay. Oh, where'd the time's flying? Okay. Good luck. I know you can do it. All this lavender here. It's almost like I should have essential oil putting up a lavender scent. So 3 fabrics only needed. I just did a layer cake. It's just I can, because the dark and the light come by. Finish the horse. It won't take you long. Question on the horse. Are you able to save a tree? Are you sewing without sewing through the paper? Oh, it's applique? Oh. I guess I'll have to go back and watch it better. I thought it was an FPP. There's that word. That way you can just put it down fast. My dog's, the pet quilt was applique, and it was onto fusible. Ultralight. Not throw it away. This here Stellar Magic just, I like the effect that it did on just seeing the front cover of it. No, the one on the wall at Missouri Star. I like the effect. So I have a little bit of changing to do because of so many extra blocks. But I figure if I get the corners, get the middle, then I can add the changes or extensions from there. The glaze quilt done in Cape. Oh, it's like the glaze quilt. I'll have to see. Look that one up. It's like it's like you can take a picture of it and send it out, and I'll put it on, show everybody and Terry, so she can close her eyes more. I probably have seen it, but it's like there's so many quilts, and I have to do like Terry, eyes, ears, and say out of there. That's like the fabrics I had to replace the ones here that I took out when they have to be the right color of purple. There is such a thing as right and wrongs. They are different. But I had the ones that was too pink or red or whatever it was. They went to the raspberry side off of the grape. To the tradition with the twist. All 9 patches. I'm upset that I missed sewing time with you this weekend. I'm hoping to get started on pressed flowers in January. Yep, I'm hoping too, because I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Okay. Terry, I'm being Misty and her son made a nice quilt yesterday. Replica of a quilt that his grandma made for his graduation. Oh my gosh. Really? I'll stick with Stellar. That's the glaze. That is it. Wow. Beautiful. Oh my. I'm looking. Oh, they got the wonky half. Yeah, whatever they call that thing. Oh, that's grain line, grain line, grain line. Are you following all these grain lines? That's a free pattern out there, people. Terry just put that link out there. Oh my. Yo, Patty. Oh, you paid 50 cents for it? Oh, there's another one that's like, yeah, the mini pedals is similar. Yeah, I was going through my tote over there, and I have books that people was going to throw out. And I go, why didn't I just throw them out? But when the books say 22.95 or 24.95, I don't think their place is the garbage can. They need to find a home to antagonize somebody else. Yeah, the, and then that was the one that was the goof up at first, right? You took apart one, so your daughter and you have the one that match. Different colors, similar colors, but different. The Tree of Life quote, PMQ. Yeah, I try to find friends that might like them. Like one of the books, I gotta dig out those paper piece things. Patty G made a couple of them. I printed out some of the papers. You did the Tree of Life quilt block. Yeah, that had a lot of pieces. Yes, it is very difficult to throw away anything when you see what they are selling for today. Yes. It's like, you know, it's just like when you buy a CD or a cassette at the however we want to go to for that one song that you want, and you have to buy the whole bundle. Well, if you wait long enough in quilting, that pattern might be a freebie somewhere. Lana says, so Terry, if you're here, I can't see you, but hello, my friend. She is here. Well, I've just looked at some different quilts because I did sell one quilt, and I try not overpricing, and according to what I've seen, I sold it for half off. I do waste a lot of food though. If there's a hell for food waste, I will probably be one of the gatekeepers. I like that one, Denise. And so Terry's saying hi to. She says, I can't, Lana, either. Hi, my friend. It's like, yeah, we had one leftover pork chop last night, a little bit of mushroom gravy, and thank you, Lana. She said she loves my stars. Yeah, they look so girl and masculine. Terry's colors, my colors. That's why Terry says I can send her one. She wouldn't hurt The girl one is one row narrower. And this one, the row wider. Yes, the one with the browns. It does have a kind of purpley brown, and there is a couple green, but it is very masculine looking. Yeah, when I first hung them up there, I didn't have their rows in alignment. I had to figure out where I could kind of put it back up there together. It's all up there to bug Terry. I was going to take it down before the live, and I said, no, bug her for one more day. On that one. No, Alani, it doesn't have enough pink. Alani has to have pink, pink, and pink. She's like her Auntie M. I'm just going to have a lot of quilts to keep me warm through the rest of my life. If I could have got it up to maybe twin size, I might have been able to talk Aspen into it. Yep, your Canadian Post Office is back to work tomorrow. Yeah, I keep in your heart pumping. Yeah. Auntie M is pink, 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 and pink, and Alani is pink, 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 and pink. Aspen likes pink, but she will let purple go in there. She likes her quilt that Gigi made her. She was showing me all the different bugs. What is your preferred mat size? Well, the only mat I'm thinking about replacing is this one, Laura. The Fisker 13-inch rotating mat. I'm losing my center. It's like, see, my center is disappearing. I love this mat. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Laura, you just tricked me into that. Virginia bound, yes. I knew it had something to do with Virginia. That Madonna, a.k.a. Madonna, it has an alias. Some of our quilts have alias names. Fisker mats are lifetime warranty. I know. Yeah. I have 2 Fisker mats over there that need replaced, and this rotating board. I know I got this one like $13 on sale, and I bought my 2 friends each one. I love it for the rotating. But yeah. And I have a mat still in its wrapper. I have a Quilter Select 18 by 24 still in its wrapper. And then it's like, it had a piece of metal in the layers, so they replaced it. Like, this is my I think this is my first, yeah, this is my very first Fisker mat. It's like, I write on it. Alicia, 8x8 squares and how they was placed. My dad's quilt was a 9-patch cut at 2¼ inches, then overall 12 3/4, 2.5-inch cut. But yeah, I lost a lot of lines, and I have cut through the edge here. So I put tape on it, and then I cut through it again. Yeah, it's like, I just need to take the time. They wanted to know where I purchased it from, but this was back when it wasn't reversible. Right here. It says, this product is warranted to be free of defects in materials, manufacture, or assembly for a lifetime of the original consumer purchaser. Damage due to abuse, misuse, and neglect is not covered. Defective products will be replaced, repaired, substituted, or with the same item or item of equal value. To get service under this warranty, send the product postage paid together with an explanation of direct defect to the address below. You may also have other rights. Well, I don't want to get rid of my memories. There's memories in this. This was my first mat. This is my first mat. And I have a light blue one that was a mistake mat. Because when this, I bought what? But how in the heck much postage would it be to mail this back to them? Could I fold it and break it? Because it says, send it. I have to send this back. You didn't have to send yours, did you, Yo Patty? It's like Quilter Select was going to pay for the postage for that one to go back, my one that was defective. And then they changed their mind and told me to keep it. So I'm still using it. So I have a new one. It's flat, so flat rate. I don't even know where you'd find a box. It's like, I think we have too much. But I like that one, Terry. It's flat, so flat rate. It's so old and brittle. Because that's, I think, 1994 or 1995. I wish they'd put the dates on the things. It has 1974 is a copyright or something for it. Model 8621. Because I know Patty G just had to send an additional picture. It stinks. Send it UPS. Isn't UPS kind of expensive too? But I figure out of the 2 mats, I would do one only. Or out of the 3. I would have a lifetime of mats. Because I have that one that's still in its wrapper. And Quilter Select has the lifetime everything too. Seems like. But the Quilter Select one was during the boats not being unloaded. It took me several months to get that one. But see, on some of these warranties, that's why I don't carry out with them. The shipping gets to be more than the product. And it's like, how do I prove I'm the original purchaser? I don't know. There's a few questions that I always ask myself. Why? I would like to be the 1994-year-old. Yeah. Yep. That's my kids started graduating school. And I was getting a little more space because they was moving out. So that's when I went back to quilting more intense than I was. Because I only quilted when I needed a blanket to fit. But I was trying to, the other one must be in the other room. Is that, it's not the blue one. But I have the small Fisker mat somewhere. The blue one, Austin needed a piece of plastic for over a window. So I gave him the blue one and he cut it down and used it. But this is my other Fisker mat. And I don't know if you guys can see it. It is very hairy. Anything you cut goes and sticks in there. So this is for minky, flannel, quilt batting. This side is for that. I should write on here. And then this reversible side, I've made the mistake. I cut some batting and I now need to shave this mat. The strings sticking wherever you cut. This just as hairy as can be. I don't know if you guys can see it, but it's like, yeah, everything sticks to it. This is what I've replaced the other Fisker with. And I've never seen one as hairy as that one. And then this Quilter Select, they have okay. This Quilter Select, they have the dark side. So if you're doing light fabrics, and it's got quite a few lines on it. And then on the light side, right here, I have a piece of tape. There was a piece of metal that was in the layers. They come up and I cut my finger. But I still use it. I've cut over that tape. There's still a little piece of metal in there. I have two little places that the rotary cutter will drop down. But it was just a rarity. It probably depends where they was building them together, but it's just one layer down. But it's amazing the stuff that sticks to these. So I still use it. You're heading home? Okay. Let us know when you're home. Hi, LL, Laureline. Hello, cool kids. We're discussing mats in our wear. It's like, because I'm losing the middle of my rotating one. Fisker would not like me if I go for all these mats. I would just say, well, I'm saving you shipping. I just send them all, give you all the complaints at once, you can ship me 3 in one bundle, right? I don't have a space bigger for a bigger mat, but maybe I could say you send me. I don't know how big their biggest one is, because all I've ever used are these. What are they? 18 by 24s. That's my biggest mat. But yeah, that hair is unreal. Gotta shave my mat. Put it over here with the other 3. It was, they don't, these are, the Quilter Select aren't made in the United States. So they contacted the factory. And yes, they make other products. That there could have been that little piece in the air that went down on the mats in the gluing stage. And I got that one rarity. And what's Laura Lynn doing today? Excuse me. I prepped. Yeah, they offer replacement. I have the picture of the one. I just haven't went to their site. And then I want to take the old mat. I want to make them and cut them down to like 13 by 13, 14 by 14. You're halfway done. And make me a block carrying. Make a bag that I can put the 14 by 14 inch square of the cutting mat into the sides, and then the handles that go up and that you can carry all your blocks in. That's why I saved them. Now I just gotta get my brain over there designing it. Cheryl's been here. She's sewing, hand sewing, doing the hand sewing on the binding. I got mine done last night. Hi, Valerie. And how are you? Been a while since I talked to Valerie. How's everything going? Okay. Put this back down here again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Put the next piece down. Busy getting ready to go to Florida for Christmas. That'd be fun. My tetanus shot is always up to date. I am known to do all sorts of weird things and cut myself. because I do go out in my back shop. No deliveries till Thursday. Because if I want to build a wood piece, I go out and I build a wood piece. If I want to, it's like I got to clean my air filter on my pickup. And I keep putting it off because it's cold outside. My puzzle pieces back together. And then take row 2, the bottom piece to the top. Row 4, the bottom piece to the top. And now start the assembly. How come they picked like a Tuesday to go back to work? Is there a special reason for that date? And then the quilt I'm working on is Stellar Magic. Oh, it's like, yeah, that's all they ever talk about. But I can be doing all sorts. Government ordered them back, but they give them to Tuesday. I would have said Monday, be there. You lollygagged enough. We was talking about you yesterday, Lori. How you are the recipient of a purple mouse. Because we was talking about the post office things and all sorts of little things. And my grandson Douglas goes, "You really did, Grandma? You sent her a piece of poop?" I says, "Yep, it wasn't on the list of things I couldn't mail to Canada." I says, "We sent Marshall a dog biscuit from Bailey, and you got a purple poo mouse." Never underestimate what this grandma will do, is what I told him. He says, "Nope." He says, "Yep, she has a mouse up on her shelf." And that one piece of red material that you needed a piece of red the other day. Everything was out of orneriness. You have to have fun. At first, he couldn't believe I parted with one piece off of my necklace. I says, well, it needed some repairs. And then after I repaired it, it just came in perfect. Yeah. We have to have fun, right? It's like, did I send you the red, white, and blue, or the red and white block also? Is that where it started? I have a red and white square that it's like, who is it supposed to be sent to? It's up here in an envelope. Because we was doing the block exchange, and I have one red and white. Hi, Lorraine. Welcome. Because like when we did the red, white, and blue down here, I sent out a red and white block. Okay. I might have to send you this other red and white block. Is that Sarah? Is Sarah in Canada too? I think. Because I was going to send two. And I only got one sent for some reason. I find the block every now and then. Because it was the Canada colors. Might as well just make a placemat. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Because participating in these block swaps with the postage can get a little carried away at times. What's Lorraine working on today? What's Laura Lynn working on today? It's how the post office works. It's like, it's just unbelievable. One time you can go down and send something, and so like $1.55, and then the next time you go down and you have to pay $4 or $5 something. Listening while driving. Okay. I'll let you drive. You don't need to text or voice type. We're just having fun. We've discussed different things. I'm sewing the Stellar Magic blocks together. And we discussed the mats, how they wear, and warranties and stuff. My Fisker cutter wants to keep closing down on me because it's worn. But I replaced one out of two. So I wear them out. Just use me as the tester for things. I'm going to have to order me some more. Oh, I'm not going to say what I got to order me. Somebody's listening. And it's not Santa. Kind of like Santa. The other day when I was getting the package, I go, it's been a while since the Amazon fairy sent me something. And the Amazon fairy knows who she is. She's probably listening. That's weird. Hi, Laura. For some reason, I cannot chat on my tablet. I can on my computer, though. What's up with it's a setting thing. I can't chat on my phone. I could when I was in Florida because I could see the chat. And I don't know what I did. I cannot get the chat to come up whatsoever now on YouTube on my phone. It's just doesn't make any sense. It's like my text messaging quit because the messaging I was using was, yeah. And see, that's Douglas give me new text messaging thing because they discontinued mine. And it's like, I have the older phone, it's the newest for me. It was, it's still 9 months ago I purchased it. But when he put that on, it changed my ringtone for my calls and messages. So I thought I was getting a text message. I was actually getting a phone call. It's like, come on, people. Why does simple little things have to change because of one other change? It shouldn't happen. But things do, unfortunately. Another set of 2 done. I don't know. I press these all different. Yes. It's like Derek's birthday was December 9th. I couldn't send him a text message saying happy birthday. And I had to go off of the group one where all 15 of us, all 15 of the family members are in a group text. And that's how we do things. But it wasn't as personal as if I just sent him a happy birthday. And I don't do it on Facebook. Not for the grandkids. So I had a week that I could not send a text message. I had to use Messenger for everything. It was just weird. I says, you guys can send them. I can answer back. But I just can't go straight and send you guys something. Oh, I think I still have 30 blocks to go or so. And then I got all the trimming to do. The pile's getting smaller. Not by much. This was one of the replacement colors. This pretty green. It was used in the purple one that's behind the other one up there. But it was the right shade of green. It has nothing to do with lavenders, but it's the right shade of green. And I needed more blocks. In about 30 minutes, I am going to go. I figured that's more than enough time on here. Because I need the little girl's room. I need to eat my lunch before it gets closer to dinner time. I don't know what Austin's plans are for today. I had to cook yesterday. And like I told him, whatever I make is what it is. Pick up the 5. Heck, we're at 4 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm making fried potatoes and kielbasa. Yummy. It is yummy. I have leftover from my trip to Spokane. My Panda Express has to be eaten. And then tomorrow my lunch will be one of the pork chops that I cooked last night with mushroom gravy and the mashed potatoes. Because those left over. That way they get consumed at the right date order. Panda Express, I like ordering string bean chicken. Okay. Slide these over just a little bit. And that piece. That piece. Patty G, when you make the Stellar Magic, are you going to do Scrappy? For sure. Background and pieces. Like my one Stellar Magic is all Scrappy. The white backgrounds are Scrappy. After the bedroom redo, I have 35 empty plastic shoe boxes. Grandson is coming to get them. I surely don't want to fill them up again. Sandra K, use the microphone feature and send a group audio text to the family next week. You're putting me on the TV. Don't do that. Right. I'm about 25 into my 80 blocks. No further surgery needed. Good job. I had no issues with Hunter Star until I started making Stellar Magic. I never did print the pattern for Hunter Star. I watched how it was sewed together. Background will be solids and the colors will be scrappy. Good way to get rid of my hoard. Yep, that's what I'm working on. Clearing off the shelf. Because I don't have any person that's a quilting fanatic like me in my family. So they would just have to donate it to, I don't know who. Some quilting group that does charity quilts would have to be what I would say. Yeah, because that one there, all the whites are different. It was just using up my stash. Do you get to sew today, Laura? Are you going to get to sew, I should say? Or just sit down and relax? Because it's like you actually got home about time, so didn't have to stay late. But I was glad when I got the little quilt quilted, and everybody goes, "Who's that for?" And it's like, I don't know. It's got all my FPP butterflies. That some of them I did on here on YouTube anyway. There's not so much live as because I think I did them on this is a video, but they was fun. I was going to grab that when I went out there and got that board, and then I forget it. I'm sewing now, and it feels great. Finishing up Tangled. Good job. When you got all that cave fabrics, when you got to pick that bag, I did one project out of that bag, that thing I won. I did the pink and gray gnomes. It's all pink, white, gray. Because we both won one night. You got to pick the bag. Or you got to steal a bag. Hydrate, stretch, bathroom break time, Sandra, and everyone sitting for 4 hours. Yeah, it's definitely getting that time. No, 3 weeks ago you won the Friday giveaway and sent 2 layer cakes. I got 2 layer cakes gifted to me from is it Diane Mary? I have to go look her name up because it's like 2 first names. It's this layer cake. It was the hand collated one from. And then one with little boy stuff. And I got to figure out a pattern to use up the little boy stuff. It's got construction equipment. That piece is so weird. I'll just make sure it sews about the same spot. I got one of those offset things. I don't know why it's offset. Darlene got one the other day. I expected something small and was really surprised. Yeah. Well, it's just like that prize. I got a Christmas quilt to do, that gnome, and another project. And the quilt the quilt I sold was from winning Lily Pop Love. I won her prize, and it had a layer cake in it. And then I went and bought fabric to go with it. And then she sent me 2 of the, I guess they're called half jelly rolls. But they was the same color line. So I put them in the jelly roll quilt. The jelly, yeah, there's something really off on that one, but everything's cut right. Oh, I want to move. Don't sew yet. I want to try and figure out where this needs to be. Okay, it is right there. At least I can do is send her a thank you gift. Yeah. Lily Pop was very generous. So Becca is always very generous. But some people are just cleaning their shelves. Oh, when I won from Yvette, she was overly generous on her prizes too. Yvette's the reason on the, she sent several charm packs. And I was so overwhelmed with the colors. But I knew this one would be perfect for the butterflies. So then when I wanted another charm pack, there was none available. So I went and bought some yardages. It's like, so if I had to buy a half yard or a fat quarter, it's like, just kept working with it. I'll go grab that real fast because it's right there. I need to stand up anyway. This was the colors that was in, just beautiful, bright, cheerful. And I said, that's what I'm going to use with the butterflies. And then I took the rest of the yardage and it's on the backs. I made a piece back out of the scraps. And then I had a half yard of this I saved out for the binding that's used in there. I love it. But that's one of those. That's my first foundation paper piece butterflies. And it's like, I just can't just give it away to anybody. That'd have to be one of my, thank you, Patty. It'd have to be one of my blood grandkids, great grandkids. So, what I told them, I was starting on my great great grandkids. So that's what I'm working on now. Great great grandkids. Do you think those 4-year-olds are thinking about their future? When Delaney's here next time, I have the matching pair of socks that when her mom comes, like at a lunchtime or something, I'm going to have our matching pair of socks on our feet. It's like, I only made one little pair, but I got some more beautiful purple sock yarn. I have to get busy and finish my one pair so I can start my next pair. And then I'll make sure to make another pair of socks. I just got to figure out the sizes and whatnot. I wrote down the pattern. But these are all hand dyed. They named this one Cosmos. This is off-white and it has purples, greens, a little bit of oranges in it. This is a beautiful hand dyed. And then this hand dyed yarn, same person. Fluffy furs to warm you on cold nights. Here is this other purple with a little bit of the turquoise in it. I think that's going to make a beautiful pair of socks. It's so soft for being hand washed, dry flat. Hi, Sue. That's what I was gifted, so I got to get busy making socks. And how's Sue today? Okay, that one's done. Get another leader and ender. Gorgeous yarns and nice applique butters flies on the. Yeah, that was they're free patterns. I did teach how to do it over on Kathy Quilts and Crafts a year and a half ago or so, and I loved it. And then the great grandkids, they got to count the butterflies. They learned their lesson on counting in rows. They was trying to just count them up there, jumping all over. I says, when you count things like this, it's better to count them in rows. But I just have a lot of quilts. And it's like, that's the closest I have. Well, since I made the similar ones for the bunk beds, there's the same pattern, different colors. So these two quilts are same pattern, different colors. Some people don't notice that they're two different quilts. I could put them together, her side, his side. That would be definitely different. Definitely different. But what I'm working on now is Stellar Magic Sue. And this is the layout I will be using. I'm hoping it all works out because I'm using 80 blocks and they only used 48. So I'm hoping it works out. The Hunter Star up here, yes. That's two different Hunter Stars. That is I love that one up there. In other words, I wouldn't have made two. And then it's like, that'd be a good baby quilt size. So 4 by 5, 4 by 6 would make a good baby quilt. It was your first FPP? Oh, I vowed that I would never do FPP, and now I am slowly making the New York Beauty. Christmas gifts get in the way. Okay. Yeah, it's like a lot of people, that was their first experience was the butterfly. Which pattern are you going to do, Janice? Oh, thank you, Sue. It's like it came up on Missouri Star, and I just instantly said, I want to do it. And I watched her, and that's all I needed. And then I started making it. But there was no way I was going to make it in just 24. If I'm cutting up a layer cake, I'm cutting up a layer cake. I'm going to use it all. But what's funny is where I goofed up on a block because Hunter Star's too much still in my head. I could probably, I know I would have no problem cutting out more Hunter Star blocks. But I was also thinking about making it smaller instead of using the layer cake. What would this, the smaller ones be like instead of the 6.5? So many patterns or downloads anymore. It's a wonder they didn't have your pattern that you needed, Janice. Okay, 1, 2. It's like if you want the camera back down, I'm just doing the same thing I've did repeatedly. That's like when I did the disappearing 9 patch. It's just from it being up on my wall. My New York Beauty, I would wish the teacher that did the class would have did a better job for me. I'd like to take mine apart, but it's completely quilted. But it's like you keep it because that you learn from your, is it mistakes or our minds change. I still have the blocks to play with because we had some blocks that we had to color or something and try to get our pattern figured out. And it's like I could never really find a pattern I liked. One looked like a demented with my colors. It looked like I was making a killer clown. But I will live with it. It'll be a quilt that I use. You just learn from your mistakes, I guess. I call it a mistake because I didn't have the internet back then, so I didn't have anything to look at. I was just playing with the blocks and come up with the best pattern that I could come up with. And several years later, like 10, I think, I can come up with better patterns now. A better layout. We get better with age, I guess we could call it. And yeah, the New York Beauty can be used in so many ways. There's so many points, so many centers, so many everything. And I think mine was just too bright of colors. So I put it out at spring because it is such bright colors. Yes, that will be a special gift, special quilt for me. Not like my other quilts that I eat with and the cats leave all their hair on. It's like, yeah. I don't have cats. Uh, Derek's cat gets in trouble all the time when she jumps up on his graduation quilt because she can't wreck his quilt. I have yet to put my quilt on the bed because it's white and I have a dog or slash rhino. Yeah. I didn't have to worry about Bailey. Bailey wasn't allowed on the furniture, so she never did. Tuffy and Oreo was, but it's like they had They had steps. They had hot tub steps to get up on the bed. They didn't have to run and jump. Their legs was too short. They could have never made it. Braid pillow. Yeah, I sent something the other day. I go, what the heck did I even write? So I just wrote back, ignore that, because I don't know who sent that. That's what you get for not looking before you send. And I try looking every time. And it's like it changes when I hit send. Yeah, I'm going to try to do my regular time tomorrow. I'll have the little star. I'll have Delaney with me. So I don't know how far I'll get into that Christmas block that's up there. Okay, Patty G, enjoy your company. And Denise, yes, that's my plans. Unless her mama's still sick and I don't get her tomorrow. But if I get her and I don't get to get time to work on the Christmas blocks, which are out of the oh, they're right there in the corner. I have to get down the Christmas fabric again. I forgot to cut the border. Okay. You have fun with the taxi times. I don't even know if my son got the pieces for my storm door. My storm door locked me in my house. And it's like, that was a fight. My son come in to try to help. Because normally you can take the doorknobs off and get the door open. Not this one. It's like we fought. I fought before I even called him because I am not going to be the one to say a storm door got the best of me. And he come in, he says, Mom, I think we're going to have to just bust down your door. I says, well, I guess if that's what we got to do, that's what we're going to have to do. Because we took the whole knob set off, and it still wouldn't open. We couldn't get it to turn. We couldn't get it to do anything. And he tried with, just pushing with his hand hard. And it's like, still not. He says, well, I can't kick up that high. Because he was going to kick it. And he pushed. He crawled through. I got the window to come off. So I called it the adult dog door. He crawled out there, tried pulling at that part. Now, I don't recommend it, Lori. I don't recommend using any poly. I'd rather use all cotton. It has a tendency to heat. That's my opinion. we go to all this work. We don't want our stuff to come apart because it got too hot. I took all my poly anything blend and got rid of it. Oh no, I have a whole giant spool of black. A big cone of black that I'm never going to use. Trying to think where it even is. It's a bigger cone than this of black. I just didn't like it. I said if I ever sew something in black, I have plenty of thread. I won't run out. But I use charcoal a lot if I need black. But like the other day, I had to fix my sweatshirt and I had that black. So I always have to keep one black thread. Just like I have to have white when I want to do top stitching. Can't put off-white on white. Can't use my light gray. So I always try to keep something hidden around that are those colors. I used up all of my white collection that I had, all my light gray, silver. I'm down using the 2 that Laura bought me. White behind and that gray up there. So it'll be a while before I run out. They're about the size of cones I buy for the... And then I could always go steal from the long arm if I actually needed it. And that yarn, that thread is really strong. Bye, Sue. It's like I'm going to be leaving in a little bit. I just looked up at the clock. 4 hours, 44 minutes. It's like I was going to leave at 1 and it's 1:05. But you get sidetracked and sewing. Time flies. But I will be on tomorrow. So I might color quits when I get... It's like, what the heck did I just press that to? Opposites. I said press to the dark side. I pressed to the light side. But there. Leader and ender. Did save a few. But I got things I need to get done. Can't. Oh, I wish I could sew constantly, but I can't. Can't sit that long. Haven't seen the mailman come by yet. Don't know if I have any mail anyway. I didn't check my emails. But another set of 2 done. Still have a parcel. But I'm going to call it a wrap, an ending. Lori can run get her some black thread. Because it's like, if it would have been the other way around in the numbers, I would have said go for it. But I want to thank you guys for coming over and watching my madness. We learned things about Fisker's stuff and their warranties. Having fun, learning what everybody else's projects are. And I'll be back tomorrow, 1 o'clock by time, which is Pacific Standard Time, I think is what it's called. Looking where I put the mouse, because I can't do anything without my mouse. There it is. My mouse isn't purple. Yeah. Thanks, Sandra. I'm almost done pressing the pieces to the fabric. Good job. I will. It's like, and I want to see you start on Stellar Magic. When you're done with the horse, of course. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. And we'll see what Terry's progress is on her horse. Okay. Well, see you guys later. Yeah, not tonight. Probably time to rest your back. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye. Oh, that's not the thing. In stream is the button.